Chonyana, Chrisani East, Isegate Gubojane, Egos.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mpoposhe.
Thanks, Program Director. My name is Sweetness Tokwe. I'm representing one of the stakeholders, or I'm representing NEHAU. I'm a Deputy Provincial Secretary of NEHAU in the province. For us, it's a comment, Program Director. We want to appreciate this platform which has been created for us to take us through on the work that has been done. We are also finding pride in the province, considering the presentations that have been done. When we talk about percentages that have been reflected here, yes, province here too, as much as we may not be perfect, a lot of work has been done. We appreciate that. We've taken some notes as Ulukanyo, as manager. This moment for us is to shine. Ezinye izinto sizazixoxa xa sisodwa kweza platforms created for us. Otherwise, for us, we appreciate the work that has been done, and as people who are organizing across, we see the impact, the positive impact that the program has done on our societies. But we are hoping the program itself, MEC, because when you look at the slides, you see youth. We are hoping that part of the words that will be highlighted in this presentation, we want to see graduates, because there is a concern out there that this program does not appreciate graduates. We are not saying that is true. Maybe with presentation it does not reflect, because seemingly people think that it's only people who've got grade 12 that are being capacitated. And as ifuni ke lonto leyo, because we understand that as a country, the Department of Education is one of our backbones. We would not want people to have a misconception to think that there is no longer a need for our young people to go to universities or colleges. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think there was another hand there.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Mbuiselo Mava from Naptosa. Firstly, let me echo the words made by previous speakers to thank the presentations that have been made here. Then I've got 3 questions. The first one, simple. When will the third phase start? Then the second question, it is proposed that we are going to use PESA. Does it mean now the money will be deposited straight to the bank accounts of the assistants? Then thirdly, there is a requirement which says for these assistants to move to the third phase, they must have undergone trainings. But most unfortunately, it is said in some districts, they are not taking everybody for training, but they sample. You'll find that in each circuit, they will take one. Now, what about the rest if now they have to complete trainings before they are accepted in the third phase? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anika, you are still covered. None. There is a hand down there. That will be the last hand for the day, for this session. That will be the last hand for this session.
Thank you, Program Coordinator. Gukapela Lo from Alfredo West, Second Manager. Also, I'm in line with appreciation of the presentation. But more precisely, I would like to check whether these audit champs and data capturers are going to be provided with some laptops Because that has been the challenge in the second phase, the tools. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kapela. I will allow the presenters to take the podium and respond to questions. I can just summarize for you if you haven't taken notes. Mr. Mashini from NASGB, I think it was a comment about the communication at all levels. Mr. Swalankomo talked about program being, project being optional, and also injury on duty, when yours. Mr. Mkhali talked about the project produce casualties and unable to implement ubelela. Also, phase 3 in terms of EAs and GSAs undergone training, but not quite sure whether there was uploading in the system. Mr. Mpomposhe, I think he is raising the issue of resigned EAs and GSAs not replaced, as there were no replacements. Umamutokwe from Nehawi, it was just a comment, and thank you for the positive. Mr. Mava from Naptosa, the commencement of phase 3, and whether the salaries will be paid directly to the EAs and GSAs bank accounts. Also, it was the issue of the sampling for trainings, if it is not going to affect those who were not sampled by their schools. I think Mr. Gabella talked about the tools of trade for audit champions and data capturers in terms of the laptops and data and everything else. Thank you so much. Can I then allow the presenters to come in? I think most of them, I think there's Gama Mustia, but Inguya no Sis Lala, they will just decide. Thank you.
Colleagues, we continue to greet you and appreciate the comments that we received, including the questions that we received. Remember, we indicated that it's important for us to receive these inputs. They are going to be used as we go and strengthen the framework for the implementation of the next phase. So don't take it that what you have provided as inputs, we are not going to consider them. It's quite important that we get these inputs. Colleagues, whilst we are appreciating the inputs, we are also reminding you that please, after this workshop, we are going to share our documents that are informing the implementation of this project. We are requesting that you read the documents. In the presentations, we normally don't put the full information you will find inside our documents. When it comes to the question, the first question that was talking about communication, the province will talk to that, but I just will indicate that we are implementing a national project. And how we communicate is quite important and critical. It's important that we communicate what we know, what is official. Once you start communicating what you think you know and what you think is official, but it's not signed, you will find that that same piece of information that you have communicated influences the young person who is in Gauteng, who is in Western Cape, who is in Northwest and so forth. So you'll find that there are pieces of information that is out there in the social media, but it influences young people in the Eastern Cape. And we start thinking that there was official communication. So I'm going to be saying as an answer that is not a straightforward answer, that we need, as officials sitting here, start communicating what is official, what is signed, and not what we think or what we are interpreting as what we are reading from the documents. Colleagues, we have seen how much our youth that we are servicing are using social media to influence each other. There is a letter that we sent out as basic education. We were saying that we have asked young people to declare that they are not receiving the NSFAS, Funza, Lushaka, that they are not in training or in education or in employment, that they are not working and receiving any other jobs. So we have asked them to sign that declaration around, last year around November towards December. But the young people, most of them signed, but they actually did not declare the correct information. Some of them lied. They are receiving the 350, for instance, the COVID grant, 350. Remember, this stipend is coming from the same bag that we said it's almost getting empty, it's running out of money. I'm making an example with regard to the issue of communication. Now, we issued a letter to say that since you have declared that you are not receiving these things, now HOD, those that are in the project and they are still continuing to receive the money, whilst we have actually tested their conscience. Now we are saying HOD terminate those contracts so that they can stop taking from both. There's someone else who has no hope whatsoever can receive the 350. Now you are taking, one child we found, this child is receiving 350. She is on our project receiving the stipend. The same child is also running to the census to receive from census. They are receiving Funza. And you know with Funza they say, no, I'm only receiving the book allowance. We are paying your tuition as government. We are not only giving you tuition. So one child is receiving 5 times and the other child is receiving nothing, like 0. We have received 900,000 applications. We only took 270. So the 600 is not receiving anything. You are taking 5 times. 5 times, colleagues. So we are saying as DBE we communicated. But then one province, an HOD, officially wrote a letter to schools, and some of these young people took that letter to Facebook. Eastern Cape did not issue that letter. You see what I mean when I say you might communicate what is official or what is not official. One district director wrote his own interpretation of what DBE have sent and gave it to his own schools. But these young people equally took a picture of that communication into Facebook. Now your kids in Eastern Cape are seeing this communication and they are interpreting it. So colleagues, it's best to communicate what is official. Because if the HOD in the Eastern Cape issues an instruction or communication around the project, that is what the youth in the Eastern Cape are going to be following. That is what the officials in our province should be communicating to our learners. Ms. Lukanya will talk more towards that. Colleagues, the issue of schools that have opted out, in phase 1, we said all schools have to participate without asking them. We've got SGBs in this house. They are the ones who came and said, you can't force our schools, that they participate. And as a country, we then listened. We listened because some of the schools took our money, but instead of employing that 10, they employed 2 and stay with the money for 10. And we have listened. In phase 2, we said, we are providing you with that option. But we also want to tell you that the letter that we received from one of the SGBs, I'm not mentioning names, was clearly indicating reasons why they don't want to participate. And one of the reasons, remember we were going towards local elections in towards phase 1, towards the end of phase 1, as we are starting for phase 2. So they cited elections in that letter. And we responded to say, yes, we will agree for your schools not to participate, but we will not allow them back. We'll take this money and give it where it is required. Again, colleagues, let's remind ourselves that who resides around those schools. In some of these schools, yes, definitely you find that we find people that may not be able to even work in these specific opportunities because maybe there's no young people around that place, or they are already working. It depends on the community around the school. But what we are saying is the money does not leave the province. It goes where it is required. So we are not necessarily going to leave some of the young people out. But at the same time, we cannot go back to the same schools and say, choose when you want to service government. Now that it's not elections, come back. You need to service government at all times, not when you choose. Colleagues, with regard to the issue of a young person who gets injured on duty, that one is quite clear. In the framework, we have covered it. We are using QUADA. Just like the employees, all the other employees of the province kicks in, you need to inform the project manager. They deal with that issue quite efficiently. We have had cases in other provinces where a young person got injured in duty, but that was dealt with correctly, colleagues. So please let us ensure that we deal with that through our project managers. Colleagues, with regard to the issue of the DMS is here to stay, yes. We are talking about the company that saw us struggling in phase 1. They were just training our young people on integration of ICT. Let's go back and reflect. What did we provide as data for the young people who were in phase 1 in the province? Did we manage to provide the data? We managed because we were using PESAL in your province. Let's go to other provinces. We still did not receive the data. With the DMS, we can report that some provinces that struggled badly in phase 1, they managed to capture everyone. So in some cases, we really have to look within and change our strategies. We cannot just blame it on Belela. But I'm saying that we have taken note of the comments. We will make sure that they are taken care of. Colleagues, with regard to the training that is compulsory, all the young people were trained on the 3 areas. We want to believe so. The main thing that we are not seeing is that they are not completing the modules that provides the certificate. So even when you go to general orientation, it's just about 10 questions, 3 different slides. But young people did not complete the modules to receive the certificate that says, I have attended training. So you might have the registers that show you have trained the young people when it comes to the 3 compulsory trainings. But if there is no certificate, then it means we have not trained. Colleagues, some schools, what they have done in the Eastern Cape, which you can really take to all the other schools, they have put their assistants in their computer labs or in one room and said, let's do the compulsory trainings. And when they leave from that room on that day, they have completed all three. They are done. The school prints the certificate. They have a copy. The young person receives their own copy. Training is done. They continue to start working. We can do that. We can use our teacher centers for that. We can put the young people in one venue and try to do that in a circuit. You can do it. Colleagues, it's possible. You can put few schools in one venue and try to push the training. So we need to do that. With regard to the replacement, Melukani will talk to that, but I just want to indicate that from the end of February, we did, as National said, we are stopping from adding or replacing because we needed to plan. You can't plan with information that is unstable. We needed to plan for phase 3, then we had to stop that. Colleagues, with regard to the graduate programs, as we were supposed to receive the presentation from Dr. Phillips, it does indicate the 13 departments that are implementing. One of the projects or initiatives that are implemented is for graduates. We are basic education sector. We are contributing to unemployment. Our matrics, after spending 12 years, check how many goes forward. So what do you want to do with that number? The young people that leave our sector, what do we do with that? There's 13 departments implementing presidential employment stimulus. It's not only this department. So once you close yourself to looking at one project, then you don't see the other opportunities, and we really want all of us to see that so that we are able to encourage our young people to participate in other projects that are really looking at their needs. Colleagues, the tools of trade, I think Melukanya will talk to that, but we also want to indicate that if you looked at the presentation with finances, you will realize that majority or the big sum of amount is going straight towards that. And we are left with a drop in an ocean. In phase 1, we just gave the province 1.2 million and said, with 1.2 million, you can run this project. Please do your math. Check the number of districts. With 1.2 million, you can do this little. You can't even buy 2 computers because they are supposed to monitor all the districts. They are supposed to ensure that there is smooth running of the project with 1.2 million, with that little allocation. So colleagues, I'm just saying she will talk to tools of trade, but at the same time, if you have listened to the presentation, we are coming at a time when the government, the fiscus is constrained. There is just this little. Let's check in our bags. If you had 50 this morning, I suppose it's still 50. But if you spend 10 of the 50, you find that you are not going to get any additional 10 somewhere, unless you go and work and get it somewhere. So the fiscus of the country is constrained. The money we are implementing is borrowed money. It will be paid at some point by some of our great-grandchildren, not even ourselves. So colleagues, we are saying that as we reflect on the challenges, let's also remember this noble project came with huge achievements and a drop of challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sis Lala. Good afternoon, colleagues. Colleagues, I think in our presentation as the province, we have we committed ourselves that when we are moving to phase three, to improve the communication. It's something that we have identified, but I think also Slala was clear when she was responding to say, this is a national project. Even if we want to communicate, if DPE has not given us a mandate to say what we want to say, loo nto esifuna ukuyitsho ingumgosi up until it's signed by the relevant authorities. So, communication is very structured in this project, because sometimes we would want to communicate something if it conflicts with what DPE wants to achieve in ngalo activity. Yes, after many mandate, we do try by all means to communicate with the districts, but I think colleagues, we are acknowledging that from the province to the districts, and as a province, I think we would also appreciate if the program or the workshop can be cascaded down to the district, so that the DMTs and the stakeholders in the districts, they really understand the objectives of the project. On the schools that have opted out, I think colleagues, as a province, we did try to write to the schools, MEC signing letters wanting to enforce the schools to participate in the project. But unfortunately, the SGBs who are abakhokheli ezikolo, they refused. So we tried as the project, but unfortunately they wrote back to us in writing to say no, they do not want this presidential youth employment initiative. And the risk was that if we send money to schools that have declared upfront that they don't want to recruit, that money may be used not for the intended purpose of the project. I think in terms of the injury on duty, you have covered that, Sis Lala, that the affected district must liaise with its HRA on the process of Undoka Koida and injury on duty. On Upelela colleagues, I know we had challenges Upelela, and in most of our challenges were around the implementation of the system. Hence, I said we have identified a skills gap. Not everybody might have this skills gap, but we have to address a skills gap because information, besides the passwords and everything, we could not send it in time. I'm also affected, colleagues, with a skills gap that I need training because in reality, is that we could not objectives of Spelela as a province, but we are still committed to phase 3 that we are going to be using Upelela. On the compulsory training, colleagues, we are not referring to accredited trainings. Accredited trainings are trainings that we identify EAs and GSAs to participate. But in action, the COVID-19 regulations and other orientations that were made by DPE available links to young people. Those are the trainings that we want because all young people that are part of the project, they were sent a link, they were supposed to complete those trainings on the phone, the strategy that Usislala is saying. And you can see they register, but they do not complete. It's not like they were not aware. They were aware, but just that they do not complete. We've been writing, reminding them that they are to implement those trainings. Colleagues, I think a replacement, we decided as a project that we are not going to allow any replacement. In phase 1, we replaced EEAs as and when they retired or exited the. But the issue of the replacement resulted to us to have accruals because schools would replace and not declare. No, this one came, I placed that person. Colleagues, it's something that must be taken by a person who has been given a mandate. And I took that decision to say, in the province of the Eastern Cape, even if a budget is there, we are not going to replace because replacement results in a risk of us having money, spending money of this financial year to the next financial year. The replacements, colleagues, were also in line with the strategy of us recovering the 250 million that we were expecting from Provincial Treasury to roll over for the extension of April ka phase 1. And unfortunately, we did not get that money back. So all other savings that are as a result of natural attrition, they go against that budget. Fortunately, it's so irrelated. Whatever saving that we have, we went to pay to Treasury for April, because after the extension, province declared that they are not going to give the project imali rollover. So that replacement, colleagues, it does not mean that your school had or to e-processes that are identified by the project as and when we are moving with the implementation. Colleagues, I think with regards to the appreciation of graduates, we do appreciate graduates in the Eastern Cape Department of Education, but there are other programs that are dedicated for graduates, such as the internship program. We have recently advertised this program, as Osislala was saying, is focusing kule category that we want to recruit. Other departments, they've got their mandates and they're implementing unemployed graduate programs. But also in the department, through the skills levy, we do implement, but we do not disqualify unemployed youth that have got qualifications, especially those who have got teaching as a profession. We do not send them back, because we say instead of them staying at home for 5 months, they must get this opportunity. But we are focusing to the unemployed as well as abantu abano grade 12. Phase 3, colleagues, I know social partners is excited, is going to start. But because we want you all to be here tomorrow, everything that has got to do with phase 3, sayithetha ngomso. Phase 3, it's in the agenda. Program manager ngefanele raise order any question that has to do with phase 3, because it has been captured. Agenda, we are going to communicate on phase 3. But what I want to assure DPE is that the implementation plan and the management plan of phase 3 is already with our schools. We have emailed to all our principals, as they are going to be opening tomorrow. They will know what is happening. We had meetings with the districts where we present the action plan. But to phase 3, it's a present for tomorrow. Colleagues, UPESAL means that the money is going to be paid straight to the EA and GSA. We are not sending monies to schools. We are going to be paying prior. Then, colleagues, around the issue of the working tools for audit champions, as well as data capturers, as the project, unfortunately, the only resource we can give to the department is human resource. The only resource the project can give also is SOSA fundings, nago skills, nago equitable share, it is the HR. What we must appreciate, colleagues, is the human resource donation we are giving you. Then challenges that have got to do with the working tools must cross a bridge when these audit champions are there, as well as the data capturers, because it is evident that our circuit managers, because of their workload, they cannot process information as and when schools are submitting. So we need somebody who's going to be dedicated to support the circuit managers. If you will need ICT, I believe Osislala was even indicating the teacher centers in the districts. We will try to, as a district leadership, to see how best can we effectively utilize the resource that the project is bringing for the district. I think those are the only questions that were asked to the team. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you so much, colleagues. Let's give them a round of applause again. Thank you. If you you feel that you still need some other discussions, we'll ask our Nana to link you for the 6 o'clock meeting. Thank you so much. And now is time for lunch, colleagues. And can we then allow the table with the DBE officials to move to the serving station first? There are 2 serving stations. There is one in the corner there. I think both they are there on that side. Can we then allow the DBE officials to move, and also we make sure that at least there is no congestion there? I'm giving you 30 minutes, colleagues, to get lunch. Yes, it's 30 minutes. Thank you so much. Can we move for lunch?
Watch it on the Department of Basic Education's YouTube channel. Do share the link with your friends, family, and anyone in your circles. My name is Tshepohajo Moahi. The leading stories this week. The Ministers of Health and Basic Education briefed the media on issues relating to the social cluster. Phase 2 of the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative in the basic education sector has been held as a success. We find out more from various stakeholders. Gauteng Education MEC Banyazali Sufi engaged parents from Hoërskool Jan Viljoen in a bid to bring calm to the school. The Mpumalanga province mourns the death of 9 learners who were killed in a car accident. Remember to get in touch with us on our social media platforms, on Twitter at DBE_SA and at DBE TV News, Facebook DBESA, Instagram DBESA. You can use the hashtag DBE News. Let's start here. Government remains committed to implementing interventions aimed at improving the social and economic lives of South Africans. This was said by Minister Angie Motshekga at a media briefing held on Thursday in Pretoria. Minister Motshekga was joined by the Minister of Health, Dr. Joe Phaahla, at a media conference focusing on the work of the social cluster and human development. She said the Department of Public Works has handed over 14 properties for use as shelters for victims of gender-based violence. At the same time, the minister said government will accelerate the issuing of title deeds in the country as a way of restoring dignity to South Africans.
First conscientize our learners, our student community, strengthening our life orientation to make sure that children also appreciate and understand what bullying is. On road shows, as a deputy minister, to really even enlighten kids to say a joke that is hurtful is not a joke. It is bullying. And just make them aware and raise consciousness amongst learners. But it doesn't end there, especially when it comes to adults, because there's lots of blackmail, there's fear, and also to things. That's where we are talking about Let's Talk campaign, where again children are supported or assisted to really talk when they are bullied, because the bullies don't do it openly. They won't bully. So they're going to do it privately, blackmail and other things. But also more important is to get not only learners and teachers speaking or talking, but also the parents.
In other news, the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative in the basic education sector has been a great success. Phase 1 of the initiative was successfully implemented From the 1st of December 2020 to the 31st of April 2021, approximately 300,000 young people participated. While the second phase, which comes to an end in March, has seen the department provide employment to over 287,000 youth between the ages of 18 and 35. The department held a workshop on the initiative, and our reporter, Robinson Mola, was there and filed this report.
The Presidential Youth Employment Initiative has managed to deliver over 802. This was announced at a two-day workshop hosted by the Basic Education Department, looking into successes and the challenges of the program.
So this opportunity has also been an opportunity to innovate, to experiment, to do things differently, in the hope that the ways we're doing things differently will become embedded in the system going forward. So I'm going to reflect very briefly on your program. You can tell me far more about the program than I can tell you. So I'm just going to focus on a couple of things that I think it's worth highlighting. Firstly is the remarkable level of scale, and we don't want to lose that. And I know that there is something of a tension between the duration of the employment for participants and the number of participants who can be employed in terms of the design of the program. We recognize that it's a tension, but at the same time, the scale we've been able to achieve has just been so remarkable. Also really remarkable about this program, a unique feature, is the spatial equity. It is hard to reach every corner of the country in just 6 weeks of the announcement of the program. You could do it because there are schools in every community in the country. So this program has had a remarkable distributional effect in being able to reach every corner. Also, it's a distributed system. There are 2,000 plus schools, which means that I hope that for each school, it has not been overwhelming to take on the school assistants. 10, 20 school assistants, schools have been able to absorb that into their existing systems without it crashing the system. And that's because it's such a dispersed, distributed system. And that's what's enabled the level of scale.
Various provinces made presentations on how the initiative worked in their schools. The Eastern Cape province says the issue of payments of the education and general assistance has been resolved and hopes that there will be a third phase of the initiative as it had a direct investment on skills development. Meanwhile, the Free State has hailed the project despite some challenges.
We love the project because it has brought confidence to our EAs or our assistants, and also it helped them to be able to take care of their household responsibilities. And it is indeed a successful project, and we wish that the project could continue. And as the Free State, we also wish that the project would continue from the lower grade. So especially when we come into training, it brings about more accredited certificates, so that at least when our EAs with the project or the finished with the project, they have certificates that they can show that they indeed participated in a more solid project.
And in Gauteng, the province has hailed the work done by the general and education assistants in schools. They've also spoken about the importance of the project.
The schools are very happy that they have that kind of assistance, especially now that the learners are 100% at school. But the greatest challenge that we have, we have loved to offer the schools more numbers, but crowding the schools with assistance would not necessarily assist in dealing with the pandemic, given that you still have to, the social distance and all those things to control. And they have been seen to be very helpful, especially your EAs where they assist with curriculum-related matters. And our EKS are not only used for IT, they're also used to assist with admin at the school. And that is also helping the schools to deal with the challenges that they have, where in the past they did not have that challenge.
The Mpumalanga province says training offered to education and general assistants will help them in the future.
We ran projects. We train on another study. If time allows, we want to train them on the next master. So far, the benefits that these learners will be getting from the training will not be when they assist schools only, but it will be utilized for them when they go out of the project. They will have knowledge, they will have skills, they will have passion, and that they can go and utilize on their own outside.
Vanessa Moodley, principal of Actonville Primary School, has described the education and general assistance as unique and says they have brought a different feel to education.
I think the educator assistant program was a real plus for the school, a positive enhancement of the entire school's initiatives and functioning. And at Actonville Primary, we have a values program, we have our reading champions, we have our sport, and they have gone into every aspect of the workforce. They do the reading champions during the reading period on a Friday. They have a 1 hour program. They also engage with the values program, which is used as a form of discipline because there is no corporal punishment. And I think the children are taking to them in terms of learning, learner support. The learners go up to them and look up to the assistants as being the first form of support, even before the teacher now.
But let's now hear from some of the education assistants from Actonville Primary School on the work they've done.
The programs we have done, we've done Rights Day with the children, we've done Heritage Day and Freedom Day. And we are also doing the reading championship with our Queensland, assisting them with support, assisting them with reading, and assisting our teachers with everything that they need to assist them.
We also had a pad drive to the young girls at the school where we collected the pads and we donated it to them. We have taught them about personal hygiene and menstrual health. We've also done activities that cut that out. Okay. We've also done activities that are raised in which include love, peace, right action, non-violence.
The presidency is pleased that the program was able to assist amid high unemployment figures in the country. Robinson Ngola reporting for DBE News in Johannesburg.
Coming up, HMEC Panyaza meets with parents.
I am a nurturer, like you.
Real men stand against gender-based violence.
Make it part of the new normal for young boys to be nurtured and loved, to freely express themselves and to show love in a safe, inclusive way. We have different gender identities, but first, we are human. If you need assistance to help your child, contact Childline on 08000 55 555.
Okay.
Xa sisibhekisile iyoba njani? La mhlawumbe sithi ngapha ekhethensini. Le Iphi enye extension lokuyiphethe MZ? Enye extension lokuyiphethe? Oh. Thirty minutes. Omute le nto mfundisi. Omuta le nto mfundisi. Sure. Let's reconvene, colleagues. Let's reconvene. O principal ke mabangenza isikolo sabo. O principal mabangenza isikolo sabo. O district director must bring along i-constituency yabo. Eyase head office nansi phambi kwami ndiyayibona ikhona. Eka DBE is present. Ndiyababona Elijah bakhona. Mr. Jasi. Mr. Jasi no Mr. Pai sukani kulo tafile. Ibuffet ayigqitywa abantakwethu. Colleagues, can we get the indication of a SATU rep? Can we get the indication of the presence of SATU rep? Naptosa? Golgel? South African on the Viser Ine? No call it. Aninguye lamxube ngokuni separate kule into. Oh. Okay. South African on the vessel in it? Ayeko, good. How? Mam Chow. PSA. PSA. We are just checking the availability. We are not looking at the quorum, colleagues. We are in an information sharing session. We are not looking for a quorum. We'll continue. Association of SGPs, the rep. Who's going to speak on behalf of the associations? Sanitary nalo accreditation get in. Oh, okay. Sure. Yo, call a putant. Call. Isana simele isana se up. Isana se ayimelanga la ndibanisela. Ndibonile lantwana enyeza nkokheli zaphaya kweza kunasGP. Umashiya bendimbonile. Ukhona qha inobusagqibezela ibuffet le. I-Education Advisory Council. Nyame ubakhona professor. All right. Okay. Colleagues, we are 30 minutes beyond the schedule. And let's try our level best to get seated so that we can start. Pascal. Colleagues, we are in this section as scheduled under 1445 and 1500. My assumption, this is a conference of leaders, managers, and we must lead by example, colleagues. We have asked for a SATU rep to come and make a message of support. Fortunately, in this session, colleagues, we just take what our stakeholders are saying. It may be a perception, it may be an assumption, it may be facts, and we are not questioning what they are saying, but we'll find a way to consider all what they have been raising in this session when we move forward with our program. And unfortunately, there is no subsection 5 in this item, the discussion question. We just take their messages of support. That's what is going to happen. And it will be a very short session because they are given each in the first part 5 minutes. So I'll be watching time when I stand up, they must leave the podium. In the absence of Usatu, let's call Unaptosa forward to take their 5 minutes. Over to you, Unaptosa.
Good afternoon, everybody. On behalf of the National Professional Teachers Organization of South Africa, I take this opportunity to make a message of support. Ours as NAPTOSA is just to congratulate the DBE having implemented the PYEI together with all the provinces, with the stakeholders. We appreciate that we have been invited. We also appreciate and we are happy that the unemployed youth did get an opportunity at least to put bread on the table, and the schools as far as EAs, GSAs have got assistance as far as education delivery and also as far as assistance through the clerical jobs. We wish that this program can take forward, can move forward with our support, having noted the challenges. And we think that all of us have to deal with the challenges inclusively. We should not take and bring the blame to DBA and the Department of Education. All the stakeholders should take the lead and ensure that the program goes smoothly. I thank you all.
Suppose we fan swallows, they lead, others follow. Leadership by example. Thank you, Naptosa. Satu, still available or not? Akako. South African on Vaser in as well, I'm fighting. As now reverses the planes per pumping. Now, is a chagas.
Hey, program director, uyayibethelela by 5 minutes. Mandibulise to the MEC that is present, Honorable MEC, Comrade Gade, the national delegation that is here present today, the management, Yaka DPE, as well as all the stakeholders and supporting staff that is here present today. As we have said earlier on, we want to congratulate the department in delivering the mandate very well, because from the presentation that have been presented here, it is clear that there is a lot of work that has been done, as much as there are gaps. As Inaptos have said before, we are here as stakeholders to close those gaps and work together. We also want to appreciate the department where there has been some hiccups and it acted accordingly. We've seen in statements of the department when these young people were not paid in time. It took action, unlike other departments whereby when senior managers have not done their work, kungadilwa nabo. We are happy with that so that people can know and understand that they must take their work serious. So as Nehawu, we are also committing to say that we are here to be a support system from the department. Let us work together. A work that has been presented here today, it's recommendable. It's highly appreciated. It is what our province needs because if you have been following the statistics, Eastern Cape has been one province that has a high rate of unemployment. So this program has assisted, and we're hoping that the transparency that the Department of Education has given us as stakeholders, other departments will also follow suit. Because Njebi Department of Education has taken an initiative to have phases. Now we're going to the third phase. In other departments, contracts of these young people are being terminated. So we are very happy with the work that the department has done, and also acknowledging that as much as this work has initially been meant for COVID, but having seen the impact it did to our society, to the department, assisting the system itself of the department, and resolved to make it to be a continuous program. We really commend you and we congratulate you to the work that you have done. Thank you.
Siyanazi ke nina nine-principle ethi tell no lies, claim no easy victories. Nizawusixelela lapho simoshe khona. Colleagues, PSA, thank you now. Yeah. We acknowledge our stakeholders. We do have a directorate called Stakeholder Management. Sure. 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone, particularly the leadership in the various sections of the sector. I greet you all. On behalf of PSA, we are saying congratulations to Eastern Cape Department of Education. We fully support the initiative. Indeed, we are here to support, particularly for the production in the department. Indeed, we also support any initiative that will come up with a yield production. So on behalf of PSA, we are saying that these EAs and GAs, now the issue of crying of non-payment as EAs and GAs now is over. We fully support that. Indeed, it was really disrupting the schools, the issue of non-payment. Now, one should take the responsibility on behalf of GAs and EAs. Thank you so much to DPE and also with the provincial management. We will also support you throughout the year, particularly in the percentage that you are saying now. In 2022, there's a percentage that you are requesting, not less than 100% in terms of production. We fully support that one, and we will continue to support you. Thank you so much, DPE. I thank you, Chair.
You see, Mr. Jack, if I was not a manager, senior manager, I would decide to join them. They are so disciplined, man. This organization, they are so disciplined. We are done with the first part, number one. Then we are in number two. Who is representing the Association of SGPs? If I count it 3 times, definitely I'll go past. Benke nambona ke lo mfana umncinci wena-SGP apha. Khanye nisondezeleni ubhuthando simnike a mic then azokwazi uthetha ekule ndawo akuyo. Akakabikho kumuntu osingxolisileyo ke bhuthandi kwaba bakhoyo bancomile. We are happy with the compliments that we are getting and the commitment that we are all in this together. I'm looking forward to get to that. Over to you because you are representing a very delicate and sensitive sector of the society that we have to integrate fully within our operations as one of our equal partners. I'm giving over to you, Bhuthandi. Bayisebenzini ithobele.
Thank you, Program Director and the MEC in absentia. Kati la mntana makathule. Yabona maswana nami ndina 74 iminyaka ngoku awulingeni izulu. Protocol has been observed. Firstly, you know, colleagues, I was impressed when you said after Lulukhanya had presented that you give a big round. But the Kazbanina qualifier, there's so many rounds, but you qualified, you said a round of applause. Thank you. Secondly, before I forget, Wakhona man, I am impressed by the employment in this program of learners with disabilities. But having said that, ndifuna gama man nilithanda lesizulu. Asikhubazekanga. Khubazeka sisiZulu meaning something else. Right? Secondly, we are not living with disabilities. This is not a disease. We have a disability. Colleagues, let me get straight to the point. My name is Tandabantu Tennyson August. I usually spell the Tennessee with a small letter T because and Mars will tell you now. Colleagues, some people don't know what SANAS stands for. Kanga abase Monte, but SANAS, land that takes a veg. No, it takes a veg. We are the South African National Association for Special Education. Each one, that again. Yeah, cima ngokulento. Yeah, cima ngokulento. Lomzuzu. Mfundisi. Lomzuzu kawuhlabele mala vesi amulevele wisiphi. Ngiyabona mfundisi. Hlanga yami. Yes, okay. Very good. Right. Amen. Yeah, colleagues, manje kule ndawo ifela inkomo. As SANAS, we have raised some issues for consideration. Bendihleli icala kwenye lady phaa. Ndathatha iphepha elikhulu elimhlophe, then I made a small blot. Ndambuza uba ubona ntoni, wathi ubona ichaphaza. Akaliboni lonke liphepha elimhlophe elikhulu, ubona ichaphaza. And therefore, we don't want in this project to concentrate and emphasize on the lowlights. First of all, we want just to raise this issue. You know, this project has got, a lot of administrative and cumbersome paperwork. How I wish this paperwork can be sort of reduced, because it takes a lot of time of the principals. That's the first issue we want to raise. Secondly, we also like to say, please just ensure that these EAs or GAs are paid timely. And if I must indeed time years, there's no word like time years. Thirdly, because of this high unemployment rate in South Africa, especially amongst the youth, I think the last time I checked it was 35.3%. I'm not very sure. How I wish we could extend these years to at least 40 years, especially due to this high unemployment rate. Thirdly, these are issues we want to raise for consideration. We are also suggesting to the department that consider the unemployed teachers. I still use the word teacher. I'm not an educator, I'm a teacher. So that, as they deal with this, they are also gaining some form of experience, so that by the time they get full-time employment, at least they're used to being in front of learners. That's our suggestion. Thirdly, this is not kind. Now that you're going to pay them on PESAL, please pay them on time. Another point we want to raise is how I wish we could make this period, this contract period, longer, just to ensure continuity and also reduce this bureaucratic red tape, such as documents needed and so on. We also wanted to raise a point of saying, I think it was raised earlier on, as to when is this third phase going to start. Now we're told that it's going to start sometime in April, but there's been no concrete information to principals. Please do that immediately. Also, colleagues and the DE, DOE, and the province, special schools were sort of directed to employ learners or their ex-learners from their schools. Sometimes this does not work, especially when you consider that some of the special schools have got learners with severe intellectual disabilities. And that is not going to work. But we are also encouraged by, and I'll mention this school, when we were preparing for the conference of SANASA last year, we used learners from Parkland. And those learners did a much more wonderful work than you could have done. Parklands is a school with learners with severe intellectual. To appeal, and I'm going to appeal to HR. When you take out this, or issue out these bulletins, the requirements that you put there, you already marginalize our children. If we do grade 10, we've got no grades in our school. So I once asked this question, some time back, disaster public education. Dibuza ku Ray, kakade. Did Ray? How do you interview a cleaner? Do you ask this cleaner, at what angle do you hold the broom? What kind of questions do you ask? And secondly, Ray, I see that you are well built. La mama upekela yopaya, upasa great band. So please, don't marginalize our children. We don't have those grades, Tina. Having said that, yes, but I want to emphasize this late payment. It's a violation of labor relations. It's a violation, gross violation of the Constitution. But Padaleni in time. Some of these workshops you do for these EAs, these virtual workshops are problematic, especially in areas where there's poor connectivity. And furthermore, especially for our SEED learners, learners with severe intellectual disabilities. Sometimes they don't understand what you are saying in these virtual workshops. I've mentioned this point that special schools should not be forced to only appoint their ex-students. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, you will notice that in our presentation, we are trying to make some suggestions. And with that, I want to thank the Department of Education. Thank you very much. Dikwabelin.
Thank you, Putandi. Thank you on behalf of SANASA. You know, we once attended an event at Blackberry, and we were distributing resources to agricultural schools. Ugudla Bachakazi was the program director. When a speaker has presented something that sounded good to us, we were just, showing that by clapping our hands before he instructs us to do that. He said, no, I don't like you. You are automatic audience. You just do it before I tell you. You'll start afresh. So let's give all of them the round of applause. I'm reminded because in front of me is Reverend Fetcher, and I know Kepa Kumate kukwindawo yentombi ezilishumi ekwakhumsitho kuzo. Nasiphi sondela kuthiwa ke lumka kwavalo kwathiwa indawo ayikho. Nasiphi Checha usondele, you are on injury time. On injury time. Niyabona ke thina si Department of Education, Elijah, when he's talking about the exam and assessment processes, they talk to you concessions. You could see that we are practical in terms of doing that here. Over to you, your 5 minutes.
Ngosi Chawe, to the program director, to MEC in absentia, HOD in absentia, cluster chief directors, directors in the Department of Education at all, stakeholders present here today, SGB formations that are present today, everyone inside this hall, I greet you all in the name of NASGB. I won't be long, I will be short. We came to this workshop as a bleeding organization based on the matters of TAs and EAs. I'm raising this. The ECDOE failed to pay the EAs and GAs. That doesn't bring a conducive environment in our schools. Why I'm raising this is because this initiative of President came to rescue our schools. Recently, the past 2 years, we have moved from the place where we normally called Chawe, Eastern Cape is Mkanja. But the same department now is going to take us back. These people that are sitting here, most of them, who have worked for this position we are today. The pandemic made us to pick up some issues that DBE officials are interpreting wrong. And these issues that are affecting the stability in our schools. One of them is the formation of the SGP, where you found an official from the provincial office can say the SGP is the parent component. No, it's not like that. That must be clear that the SGP formation, it's got this, the components, different components. That is the SGP, that one. It's a parent. It's a learner. It's an educator. It's a non-educator. A principal by virtue is the principal. Now, in some of these meetings, there were problems that maybe someone or a department by deliberately or not deliberately take some funds and put in the school account. Those funds, the SGP, some are wanting to use those funds. Now, it's where the problem starts. Now, this workshop came not by mistake or by chance. It came as a needed thing that must be done so that we know what must be done for the issue of TAs and EAs for the future of this province. So, NASGB say, department, we are relating on this issue. We are happy for this workshop and continue to do the good work.
Siyabulela ngokela. Bendichilo ndathi nina you will tell us no lies. Sinthembile siyanazi. Siyabulela ngale contribution. Moving forward, we'll try to do the right thing. Madoda siphila ngokuchunjuzwa. Si right, simanye sichunjuzwa, siphila ngokuchunjuzwa. Singanyanga imvlapha apha. Colleagues, we'll just get a message from Education Advisory Council. It's in a form of a bioscope, a video clip. Kabula Professor Nongenkulwa ICT bioscope there. So we shall allow our technical team to make that clip audible to all of us. Thank you. Over to you, Gebo Trepesh.
Good afternoon, Chair. I want to believe you are actually expecting me to say something at this point. It's not in the form of a video, but I'm online. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. You may continue.
Thank you.
Yes.
Uh,
You have
this
got
is
5 minutes,
Professor
Mama. You have got 5 minutes or we switch off. Bye.
This is Professor Noluso Diko, and I chair the Eastern Cape Education Advisory Council. Thank you so much, Chairperson, the MEC in absentia, as well as all our guests. Good afternoon. As ECAP, we kind of have a vantage point because we met with the ECDOE about 2 weeks back and were able to get some of the challenges that are being experienced by the program manager, Umanis Dia, as well as the rest of her team. Now, having said that, I want to say we are definitely very proud of our ECDOE, particularly because of their result-orientedness. They tend to put very clear objectives and make sure that those are achieved. For instance, in the meeting we had with them, they were very clear about the challenges that they have with the project. And I wanted to see, Mamus dear, if you are going to change now that we have a different platform. You actually mentioned the same 2 problems that you mentioned previously, but the difference this time was that you had actually managed to sort your biggest problem, which was the issue of the payment. And that was very much encouraging for us to see as ECAP, because it's very much important to learn from your mistakes, to learn from your experiences, especially when we turn those into opportunities to do better next time. We have noted that. As a result of that, you make it very difficult for people to advise you because you are always advising yourself and trying to see how to do better next time. I listened to you when you were worried about people who maybe you were going to say things that would be negative. This department tends to leave very little for that kind of let's say a tendency, because of this usage of previous information, of data, etc., to improve. But I think it is also important for the head office to allow the district offices to use the same information to do the same. I heard one of the managers at the district level, a color that the data was kind of not allowing them to show their good side, because you use the data to show your good side. So I think give them that opportunity. The data must be used in a way that also allows your grassroots level people to improve, because when you do better, when you do well, you also feel motivated yourself. And fortunately, you are at that point where you are being appraised and you are being given these positive feedbacks all the time. And that's definitely what keeps you going. So I definitely agree with you. The money that has not been used by the other provinces should come to you, not so because you have managed to do programs that the other provinces have not introduced as yet. Try to find more programs, though, that are Eastern Cape oriented. The ethos as well as the spirit of this meeting today is definitely the ethos of the old education in the Eastern Cape. I mean, if you wanted to get education, even if you are from these neighboring countries, you would come to the Eastern Cape. We don't have, or we didn't have, this big economic vibrance, but when it comes to education, we had it. We have it. you have brought it back. We are very much happy about that. And I think because of the 5 minutes that I was given, the rest of what we're seeing as ECAP will be shared when we meet at the ECDO in a week's time. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you, Education Advisory Council. Thank you, Madam. Makhe siphinde simqhwabele kule ndawo ithi imali engasetyenziswanga ngu-DBE mayize Eastern Cape. I think all the stakeholders made the emphasis on the issue of openness, transparency, and Elijah and Bumi communication. So, and we have said that there are no questions because those were messages of support. They were inputs. It may be perception, it may be assumption, there may be facts, but we will see as a project team how best we deal with what has been presented to us by stakeholders. Let me thank the stakeholders for that. Then I shall allow, because we have agreed, Nyami, to say when ODBE is here, they'll be talking on the same aspect of e-communication in the project. We shall allow our senior office ODBE to take that slot. Therefore, Unyami won't come in to talk because if video qala ikhona kenye ibrand ezawuboniswa enye bioscope. So let's show that bioscope, then uzawungena ke uNansike Elijah. Then the last component in that, number 7, mafutshane nguprincipal Maswala district. Xa kugqitywa phaa ngutate uMhlang, they come in abantu bakho, then we complete get this session. Yeah, kuba khe kusheshe bantakwethu. Ixesha sirecoverishile noko. Thank you Kusatu ne South African University in net discipline on the part of his stakeholders when sticking on the time allocated. Ibrandi ready? Oh, mayitsho ke mfethu. Nazi noba umlungu lo uyayiva ke le ndithetha.
Of its implementation, those who worked as education assistants and general assistants mostly go back to having no jobs. With this reality in mind, the team from the Eastern Cape Province sought to find ways by which the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative could be used as a springboard to initiate sustainable youth employment programs that most provincial education budget. In the end, this quest proved to be more favorable to GAs than EAs, as the program conceived centered around school infrastructure maintenance as opposed to teaching. the heavy cost of maintaining school infrastructure and at times renovations that becomes inevitable all cost the school an arm and a leg when they hire standard service providers offering handyman services. So then, moving from this premise, the solution had to both address unemployment and cost saving for schools. In an endeavor to evaluate the program and to report to the National Department of Basic Education and other stakeholders and partners, the Human Resource Directorate of the Eastern Cape Department of Education deployed a team to travel to several education districts of the province to document the practical implementation of this concept in 11 education districts and to capture the experiences of the GAs that benefited and to narrate their stories verbatim. This specific video is a case study of the program as it was implemented in 3 schools in the Chris Hani Education District, namely Mount Arthur Girls High School and Fremantle Boys High School, both situated in Lady Frere, and Sitlisha Primary School in Ezibeleni, Queenstown. One of the key strides made by the Eastern Cape Department of Education that led to the great success of this handyman training program was the decision to engage Border Training Center, a skills development provider with a good track record of producing top-class qualified artisans in various trades accredited by various institutions including CETA, QCTO, NAMB, and MER-CETA. Lessons learned from this is that at times government officials may not have the capacity or technical expertise required to provide training in a technical field such as carpentry, painting, plastering, bricklaying, plumbing, and so on. So public-private partnership and engaging the services of a capable service provider is just the way to go. Since this program began in March 2021, Border Training Center has been able to train plus minus 1,100 young people who were previously employed in Phase 1 of the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative. This was implemented in every step with the HRD officials at district level and coordinated from the HRD provincial office, where the funding of the program emanated. To date, groups of different GAs are hired by schools as service providers on school infrastructure maintenance. So far, schools are demonstrating preference of hiring this new breed of young technical entrepreneurs as they have been able to render the same standard of services at a fraction of the budget usually spent on the normal service providers. Constant monitoring and evaluation by the respective HRD officials in the district office and the provincial office of the Department of Education and on-the-job mentoring by Border Training Center trainers has proven to be the glue that holds the project together for the past 11 months of implementation and made this provincial-wide pilot the success it is. This program is in line with the exit strategy of the second phase of the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative, wherein the youth have to be led into pathways out of poverty by linking them as participants to other opportunities beyond their involvement as EAs and GAs. In this regard, the focus areas of self-sustainability and starting of small enterprises has been attained. In essence, they have been upskilled and their employability has been improved beyond their participation on the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative. The project has also impacted greatly on the renovation of various schools around the Eastern Cape, namely Ruben Breen in Gqeberha, Nozuko Senior Secondary School in Mthatha, Zanokhanyo in Lusikisiki, Minor T. Soga in Queenstown, J.J. Sefontaine Teacher Training Center, Siklisha Primary School, Lady Frere Junior Secondary School, and many more.
Still off, still off. Okay, good. Thank you so much for eBioscope. We appreciate it. We we were discussing with the colleagues from DBE and the province during lunch that at the end of this session and at the end of the session tomorrow, we need to do e-examination on the content that would have gone through here today on all the presentations so that we see who was listening and who was not listening. This idea came about because during lunch, we observed that in the first part, when presenters were on stage, some people were not listening, they were busy talking among themselves. And we were worried that some people were going to leave the workshop having missed some of the content in the presentations that were made here today. So we're busy trying to find a way to make sure that everyone pays attention and that no one is talking when someone is on stage talking as well. So, but after lunch, we started seeing a change, and also even the way people are paying attention to the video that played now. It gave us an idea that maybe we must just call Mr. Mabona again to stop the setting of the exam paper, which was being done. So paper 1 was going to be today, and paper 2 was going to be tomorrow afternoon before you go. So I'll talk to him. We talk a lot with Mr. Mabona, as the program director was saying, that we are deeply immersed in the issues that are taking place in the Eastern Cape. I think it's my second time in the Eastern Cape in the past 10 days. Says Nyameka will testify to that. Colleagues, good afternoon. My name is Elijah Mhlanga. That was just to try get your attention. And mine is on communication. I think that everybody who spoke here touched on the issue of communication in various ways and the importance of it. And here we are not necessarily talking about media communications, but communication internally. That means DBE communicating about the project to the province, and the province talking about the project to the districts, circuits, schools, and eventually to the candidates themselves, as well as our schools and school principals. It is very important to communicate and use various ways, and that's why we are here as well, to talk about the role of communication, because if you do a project as massive as this one and you don't communicate, you are not doing it. So the reason you communicate is because you want to inform the public about the project itself, and most importantly, to communicate with the electorate in terms of the things that you are doing with their money, share the impact of the project. We always need to do that. The reason we were able to get phase 2 was because we made a compelling presentation to presidency motivating why this project needed to go to phase 2. And it was approved on that basis. So it's important that we always communicate, but also because it helps to get buy-in from stakeholders in terms of the support that you require for a project of this magnitude to be successful. It's important also to give feedback to communities, but also to explain the reasons why we made certain decisions. There are many decisions that have been made from the first phase and the second phase, and most importantly, even the third phase. I think the third phase for me has created more questions for people. The first question that we've had to explain is, why do we continue with the same people? The reason we need to explain our decisions is because people always need to understand because some of the decisions that we make don't make sense. And in my experience, in basic education, whichever decision that you make, you are wrong. You take a decision that you get people to be employed for 5 months, to be hired for 5 months to work in the program. At the end of that 5 months, you release them, you open new applications for the second phase. They ask you, why didn't you continue with those people who were in the first phase? Even though you want to give other people an opportunity. You say you want to give another group of people an opportunity. They say, no, but we were starting to get experience and now we must go. What are we going to do? For the third phase, you say, we are going to continue with the same cohort that was in the second phase. They say, but why are you not opening the opportunity for other people? Why do you want to continue with the same people? What are we going to do? Some of us have been sitting at home. And then you say, why is it that a person who's pregnant should not proceed and be part of the program? And they say, but I only discovered now that I'm in the program, that I'm pregnant. I didn't know. You are being unfair just because I'm a woman and I'm pregnant. Even though the length of the project itself is such that it doesn't allow for maternity leave. So you always have to explain all of these things. People have questioned that qualifying criteria for the third phase, and some don't understand it. They say, but why do you not want people to study while they're in the program? And then you say, well, it's because we are targeting those that are neither in education, employment, or training. They said, yeah, but you are stifling people's progress here because this program is giving them an opportunity to progress. And then someone else will say, but this 350 thing, I tried to cancel it. I was not aware that it's still here. In fact, I haven't been able to cancel it. So it has been coming. It's not my fault. When in fact they knew that they were not supposed to be receiving. So there's a lot of things that we need to continue to explain. And some of these things, once you explain them, people understand that they should really not be part of this program. So it's important that we continue to communicate and using all sorts of platforms. One of the reasons we need to communicate is that we need to provide a rapid response platform for people. You will know that in the Eastern Cape, more than anywhere else, there were lots of challenges regarding payments in the first phase. Even in the second phase, they're still there. We get them. A lot of them write directly to me. So we need to make sure that we also monitor the implementation of the program. Now, we were told that we needed to raise awareness about this project because it was a presidential initiative, communicate the details of it, and that was very important. A lot of people wanted to know how to apply. Some of them said, we want to go drop our applications at schools. We said, no, you have to use the online system. And we needed to give a reason why we needed to do that. So it's important that we always talk to all our stakeholders and make sure that they understand what is happening and what the point is all about. So as communicators, we seek to do that. But the most important thing that I want to say to you colleagues is that whatever that we communicate as communicators, we are communicating what you are doing in your districts, in your circuits, and in your schools. So the communication campaign or the communication strategy is informed by exactly that which is being done by yourselves. We can't say people have been paid when people have not been paid. Communication does not solve service delivery problems. Service delivery must happen, and then communication will profile what is happening. All that we can do is to explain the challenges that are taking place and explain how these are going to be resolved. Please go to the next slide. So, in the Eastern Cape, there's been a lot of activities that have been undertaken. There's a lot of beautiful posters that have been designed and shared, from district awareness to the updates regarding the delays in the payments. There's been some videos that have been done, including this one that we have seen, and media statements as well, but a lot still needs to be done. But what we needed to do nationally is to make sure that we brief all our communicators nationally so that they understand what needs to be done. I think Ms. Maja did indicate that it's a national project, so it needs to be coordinated nationally. In fact, we took a lot of flack in the first phase with the minister saying that she was not happy with what we were doing. I think, if anything, in all my years of working with the minister, the first phase was the toughest, because she said that we were not doing a good job, and we explained to the minister that payments were not being done, and it was not our fault. It got to a point where we convened a meeting of CFOs of all provinces to explain why payments were not being made to the EAs and GAs. So that's how tough things can get, and the minister is extremely, extremely sensitive with this project, because she says it starts with a P, it's a Presidential Youth Employment Initiative. So the slightest thing that is wrong that happens, it's her having to explain to the president, and it's something that she did not want to see happen. That's why it's important that we always draft media statements that will guide provinces on how to communicate and what to say, but also to develop products that are shared across all platforms, includes posters, videos, and audio, but also communicate in terms of face-to-face with the stakeholders. That happened in the first phase, but right at the end, where the minister was going from province to province, engaging with some of the EAs and GAs in their schools, and finding out from them how their experience was when it comes to the program. And social media updates, these are crucial. We say they are crucial because of the importance of social media, and there are a few slides later on that will explain and show you why it is important that we utilize social media as well. Attend meetings consistently. This is absolutely crucial, not just for communicators, but for everyone in here as well. Because if you miss one meeting and you miss one small detail, chances are that you could mislead the people that you interact with on a daily basis. You can move to the next slide. This is a media statement which we drafted to conclude phase 2 and to announce phase 3. But one of the things that we've done is to post it on social media. So this is what happened. After we posted this statement, and I went into my Twitter profile, I realized that this statement that we've just seen in the previous slide became a top tweet automatically. Out of all the things that I say, this one was the chosen one. So it showed you that, in fact, there were like 185,000 impressions, which means in that short space of time, between the time that I posted it and when I took a screen grab, there were just under 200,000 people who went to this media statement. So this is an indication of the demand for employment, for the demand for opportunities that we have created as a sector. So what we have urged provinces to do, and which they've done very well, but I don't think Eastern Cape has done well in this regard, is to get video testimonials speak for themselves and profile on the social media platforms so that they speak for themselves, their neighbors, friends, relatives see them as well, talking about their experiences in the program. And these people love. If you look at this one, when we took that screen grab, it had 587 views. Go to the next one. You'll also see that it had about 644 views. That was maybe 2 weeks ago. I haven't taken the latest ones. So it's important that we utilize social media to our advantage on this program, but generally, Sisnyameka, across all media work that we do for the department. I think it was Mr. Maponya who mentioned social media. People that are in the program, in particular, have organized themselves. Don't go back to that slide, please. People have organized themselves into groups. This is a Facebook group, general assistants and assistant teachers, 2020 to 2021 to 2022. So this is where they share their problems, their issues that they are facing. And what they share here is what they're experiencing where colleagues, where you are. So this is where they tell us, they tell the world about their experiences with you in your districts and circuits and schools and everywhere else. And in some cases, they even mention names. Even now, as I was seated there, we're given names of schools and school principals and people who are appointing members from their church groups. I have it, it's there on my devices. I wish I could share. So some of you, we walk around with you, but we already know what they say you've done. The point I'm trying to make is that people have formed alliances. They've organized themselves. They are finding ways to create strength and power which they can use against the department. But that is needed in case things go wrong. If things go right, then there's no need. Imagine a scenario where each and every one of the 50,000 people in that group were giving positive stories about the program. It would be a wonderful world. So in this screen grab, you can see someone says, Elijah Mhlanga's page, linawo wonke ama requirements azongenisa ku phase 3. Which means someone has realized that there is power in the social media platforms that we manage as a department, and that we are reliable, that whatever they go and find in our social media platforms is true and correct, and now they are referring each other to those platforms. So what happened in the first phase? Similar thing happened on Facebook. They went there, they put my number, they invited each other, they told each other that they must bombard my number because they were not getting paid. And they were coming from this province. So I got lots of calls. Up until now, I can ask Sis Nyameka there to check my phone. She will tell you how many unread WhatsApp messages I have. But 5,400, they are there from all over the place. And that's just on that phone, never mind this one. So it's a tough world out there. But imagine if all those messages were messages saying, well done guys, we love this. But it's not the case. But that's the vision. We need to work towards creating that type of environment. You can go to the next slide. So this next one, if you can get to it, we are showing the Twitter handle of the Eastern Cape Education Department that it is currently missing out on opportunities to communicate. In terms of numbers and the land size and the population, the province is large. It's very large. 5,400 schools, thereabout. When it comes to the matric candidates, you all know the numbers, very big. But look at the following, only 4,231 people. By the way, this screen grab is from this morning. So this is the very latest, which means we could do more. Please go to the next one. So this is a comparison with other provinces. KZN has 19,000 on Twitter, Free State 11, Gauteng 8. The problem with Gauteng, they lost 2 other accounts. They were at some 80,000 followers. They could be at 100 now. But there was an issue, they lost that account. They had to start a new account. That's why they are there. Western Cape 8, they are not doing well then. Northern Cape is the smallest province in terms of numbers. They've got about 475 schools. To some of you, Bokogonzola, where are you? That's probably one district, ne? Where are you? It's a circuit, ne? Somewhere. But that's the whole province of an average of about 10, 11,000 matriculants every year. But they have done better than you, and you always have about 100,000 matriculants, which means even if we're to say each and every matriculant must follow you, you still are not doing well. That's on Twitter. Twitter is very important for me. You know, I got into trouble because of Twitter in 2019. It's because I love it. It's a very powerful platform. I have not given up using it. I still use it even today. Whatever I tweet there, it flies like magic. So it's, in fact, the media, by the way, the media quotes Twitter more than Facebook. They are more likely to say on his Twitter handle, who Elijah said, even though the same thing was on Facebook. In fact, on Facebook, I will explain my 240 characters with 800 words, but they'll quote Twitter because the perceptions and the way the algorithms on Twitter function, it makes Twitter a more formidable and reliable platform than Facebook. So, that's where you are, 4.2, 4,200 followers. You've got a lot of work to do. I was saying to Sesnyameka that when I was going through the account, I realized that in the whole of 2021, there wasn't a single tweet from the Eastern Cape. Not one. The whole of 2021, you can go check. And this year, there's 8 posts. All of these things I'm saying to you colleagues to say that we are missing out on an opportunity. But we have discussed, in fact, the team is already activated. I see that there was some action when it came to the ECD function shift. So there's work in that regard. So, on the other hand, Facebook is doing very well. 55,000 followers. When you go to the Facebook page, everything is live. I think even this one is live there. There were pictures, there's everything there. But on the other side, it's like it's a different world. So let's take advantage. What we are doing here on Facebook, let's please do also on Twitter. I beg you. So this is in terms of Facebook presence by the different education departments. So you're doing well there. And yeah, that bottom one there, that's me, the people that are following me. And as you can see, I compete with some departments. I don't know why. In fact, in the Twitter one, I beat some departments. In fact, almost all of them, except maybe for 2. But what I'm saying is that we can do better. All that I do is to post what has already been approved. I'm not creating any new content. But what I do is engage. When I first joined the department, the Twitter account of the department was 3,600 people. I remember that. In a year, it went to 10,000 because we started to engage with people, and people enjoyed that. That's why even now, we've got 2 people who are dedicated to checking the messages that are on Twitter and checking what's on the inbox, because people want a rapid response. And some of them, they say, when they ask us about the certificate which they're not getting here, as we respond faster there than here. And then we get more people that side. So social media has become a very, very important platform. So I always say to colleagues that social media is like a call center conducted in the public with everyone watching. Because there, people get to see your customer service skills. They get to see how courteous you are when you handle people, how much you know about the department, and all of those things. So we need to respect these platforms, because that's where we also get rubbished if we do the wrong thing. Please go to the next slide. So, what do we do? 1, post every day, every hour. That's how it works. We are a huge department. In this instance, we've got lots of candidates. All we need to do is to get their videos, post them here, make sure that they speak for themselves. We just put a caption. You will see that our communication will improve. Post everything that's approved. As Ms. Maje indicated, what you know, what's approved, what's signed off is what we must post, particularly on this project. There's no other way of doing it. Stick to the message, but also get videos, as we've indicated, get photos as well of new schools, MEC visits, whatever really, because in these schools, that's where our GAs and EAs are. Share content from DBE. We are in the groups, so please make sure that you share what DBE has said on your own platforms, but also share the ECDOE content with DBE, because we've got a bigger platform. It will help you when you are there. Also tag DBE. You can tag me as well. We always retweet, and people will benefit from that, and that's how you're going to grow. Most important, I said, respond to people. People want to get a sense that there's a human being on the other side who feels the same way they do, someone who's committed to helping them, someone who's committed to making sure that our problems are resolved. People will not just sit on social media saying, I've lost my certificate, how do I apply for a new one, if they are not serious, if they don't want to use it immediately. I've noticed that the only time people want a certificate is because they've applied somewhere and then they've realized that they don't have it. So it's part of youth empowerment as well if you give them access to a certificate. And you can only do that if you are able to give them information so they can assess it. And use the media platforms to make the first announcement. I hope Umtima is still here. Because Umtima still prefers sending a media statement to all media before he is sent on social media. And that sometimes does not work. What media does, they turn on notifications on your profile. When you tweet something, it alerts them. That's what they do with me. When I post something, you immediately get a call, even before the official statement has gone out. It's because when you post something, it notifies them, and then they see what it is that's new that you're posting. So it's very important that we post every day, we post every hour, and also make sure that what you do is relevant. Next slide. Of course, ministerial briefings, we use this whenever the minister is briefing. We always make sure that the pure AI is included in there, and we are fortunate that we happen to generate content for her statement, which then gets to be shared with the public. The MEC as well, when he speaks, we must always make sure that he mentions this. You see, the good thing about this is that there's no right time for it. Anytime, you can talk about it. So we need to take advantage of that. There's good media coverage, we are supported. If you can go online, you will see that it has been mentioned as well. Observations, well, we realized that in the second phase, not much proactive communication took place. This is a worry, also because there was an allocation of 500,000 rand, which was given to each provincial education department for the communication function. Unfortunately, that lady seated over there in black, she took back that money. Ulala Maj, I'm talking about her. She took back that money because provinces could not spend it. And the problem is that with the first phase, I said to the minister, we don't have a budget to communicate. That's how we tried to explain our way out of trouble. When she said, why are you not communicating? We said, you don't have a budget. Then second phase, there was a budget, and then the money does not get spent. And then we got into trouble. So the money has been taken back. So the third phase is going to be a real struggle. But we are going to find a way to communicate. So we need to make sure that we do everything that we're supposed to do. But we also observed that the challenges that were there in the first phase were reduced in the second phase. We hope for more reduction in terms of challenges in the third phase. So let's make sure that we pay people on time all the time. We resolve people's issues all the time. We don't say that people will understand all the things that we say to them that make them unhappy, but at least let's try to address their issues. There was a time, Lucanio remembers, remember when we gave out the contact numbers of all the project managers in the provinces. They called you, they said you were not responding, they said, no, these people don't care. DBE, please help us. So please, let's not go back there. Let's all do what we're supposed to do when we're supposed to do it. But we've also realized that there's a lot of discipline-related issues emanating from schools. We find that some of them, excuse me, we're fighting with some of the EAs and GAs, we're fighting with learners, others were fighting with school principals, others with teachers, some were stealing, others committed murder, in some cases suicide as well, others were arrested. Reports were also received of some who don't take instruction from teachers. Absenteeism, that's the biggest thing. Others just, they don't even resign, they just disappear. Because they know that you don't know where they are, so you'll continue to pay them. when in fact they shouldn't be paid. So there's a lot of discipline-related issues that we've also received, which is extremely disappointing because Ms. Maje indicated earlier that we had 900,000 applications. Some of those people are these rogue elements who were not supposed to have been accepted into the program. But we didn't know, and we ended up with them in the program. So we have had to explain some of those things, and these are real challenges that we have faced, and the numbers, we are putting them together so that we know how many have left the program for all these different reasons. An opportunity to continue to communicate still exists, and we believe working together with our colleagues we'll be able to do a better job. But as I said, we can only communicate what has happened. We can only communicate what has not happened in the context of us saying how you're going to resolve it. So we have again asked the minister and the MECs at CEM to embark on those roadshows, those monitoring roadshows, to check on the EAs and GAs, check on you as well, so that we find out what's taking place in the program. The minister will be coming to your schools. It's a good thing that we are going to all the provinces. We get to interact with you. So when we come to your schools, don't be surprised. It will be random. Sometimes we will not tell you in advance. We will say to a minister, we are going to 2 schools. When she gets there, we add 3 other schools. That will be a surprise to her, because we feel we need to try cover as many schools as possible, particularly on this program. So the MECs as well have been requested to come to the schools on monitoring visits. That's very important as we try to improve on the communication of the PYEI. Next slide, this should be the last one. Yes, almost. Yeah, so we'll continue to support from the DBE side. We'll continue to monitor and provide guidance to colleagues because it's a national project. We always say to them, there cannot be variances when it comes to communication. We actually assisted provinces with drafting of the circular. There was a huge challenge. I think, Lala, you spoke about it earlier, that there were instances where provinces and in some instances district directors wrote their own circulars which were not saying what DBE was saying. We had to ask some of them to withdraw those circulars. We had to have one-on-one sessions with provinces to say, let's work on your circular. And we had to work on it line by line to make sure that everyone is aligned. Same message, same time, everywhere. Because through that social media platform which the young people have created, they're able to share experiences. They say, if this is a national, we are in groups, but some of us are not in those groups, but you'll be getting calls to try help us resolve some of the issues that are emanating from the program. Thank you so much.
I think you are asking yourselves, Ndoba, why would I allow him? I'm giving him a farm. Yeah, it's because we have communicated with Unyami, and I know there are good news for all of you. I've negotiated time off for you, but I'll inform you about that development. Immediately, Amatole has come forward and did what they have been requested to do. So, Amatole Mayeze Nyami. Apha ke Elijah was saying ukuthi esiXhoseni inyathi ibuzwa kwabaphambili, because experience is the best teacher. And I always appreciate you, the work you are doing, Elijah, in TPE. E-communication is not a domet, kwa TPE. There is a center, is managed. And on those things, you will say they are petty. But when Elijah is in the media platform talking about them and say, hey, Elijah has got the detail over this issue regarding that is petty. Because the stakeholders, if they wanted to make it a big issue, they will make it a big issue. Media, if they want to change it to be a story that is juicy, they will do that. But the nature at which we have managed that space, it's assisting to eliminate, ambiguity. Thanks for that one. And I think a province could learn more from how you handle this particular portfolio. Thanks for that.
Ndiyabulisa kumphathi wenkqubo. Ndibulisa bonke abantu abakhoyo apha. We are two schools from Amatole West. I'm Zitobele Pikoli, principal of Mdibaniso Senior Secondary School. This is one of my EAs, Uviwe Makeleni. The implementation of this program was a big relief at our school. Let me state that yes, there were hiccups and challenges in the implementation of this program. But the intention and the positive impact has had, the intention and the positive impact this has had at our school outweigh those challenges. There were challenges, paperwork, a lot of paperwork, payment of EA's late payment and others. But we are glad that we were given an opportunity to have EAs and GSAs at our schools because they have been very helpful. When I say they have been very helpful, I'm not saying there were no problems, but they were very, very helpful at our school. For instance, at one time, some time ago, each department intended to, or issued documents intending to give schools support staff. But that has not happened to all our schools. And the reasons cited included financial constraints. Budget, but this opportunity, this PYEI program, try to solve that need, yes, because we needed cleaners, because although the document, this support staff, but as of problems, the challenges, zona, they still exist. Then this program has been able to make our schools to use these GSAs, especially GSAs for cleaning. When they arrived by school, one of our EAs who had passed at our school, Wabeke Forter, passed psychology, and because I was going to allocate them duties, before Ndimtume, we have got computers at school which we are not using because of space. But before the end of the week, that young man had connected all the computers. Connected the computers, was teeny. Because of his qualifications, excuse me, I had thought that I would allocate him a program problems. But because of what he did, I ended up making him EKDA. And he has assisted esikolweni lo mfana. Also, the supply of teachers at our schools using the learner numbers at each school is problematic for some of the schools, including ours. Moreover, when numbers increase at a school, each department uses such numbers to allocate teachers in the following year. Where a need exists, while a need exists now, then kufuneka ke ngoku sisokole kulo nyaka de kuphele kuphume uPPN omtsha. Then the system of allocating, the issue of allocating growth posts ayisasetyenziswa ncam department when a need arises now. But EEAs zethu, they saved our school in such a need. Some of our EAs have not even been EAs, they've been teachers. Let me tell you this. When one of our teachers resigned, we didn't have a maths teacher. Then I said, we need to have a pure maths teacher. Asinakho isikolo ngabinayo a pure maths teacher. The teacher was teaching mathematical literacy, sisokola kwi-maths. Then we appointed a maths teacher. Then after appointing the maths teacher, we ended up not having a maths literacy teacher. Then this EA came. Wayepase phaa esikolweni, and then he came, we appointed him. He just became a maths literacy teacher. At our school, asinayo le maths literacy, then lo mfana became a maths literacy teacher. Normally, when we don't have a teacher, we would approach the district director, secretary manager, and ask for intervention, ask for assistance. But for as long as bawukholo EA, zange khe ndiye ku-district director nakumhloli ndithi asinaye utishara we-maths literacy. Then, lo mfana kulo nyaka upheleyo ngoba beqala uqalise kuphakathi, he got 60% kwi-maths literacy. Ebefike sebephakathi abantwana. But last year, le nto ndithi ke, he has not been an EA, but he has been a teacher in maths literacy. Uqale ngokwakhe with nobody else's intervention. Lamfana got 77.7% with maths literacy. I usually say ke otishara generally ndithi into yokurespectwa ngabantwana has got nothing to do with age. But if you do your work ebantwaneni, asoze amehlo abagqobhozele, they will respect you. And Lamfana commands a lot of respect ebantwaneni because of what he does. And it's very close ebantwaneni. Phaa esikolweni, we have weekend camps. Xa siqala apha ekota yokuqala, siba ne-weekend camp, bangene ngoLwesihlanu, baphume ngoMvulo. Grade 12 ahlala esikolweni. Lamfana uhlala naba bantwana and is among the people abateacher abantwana. I'm talking about an EA. Yes, there were challenges. There were challenges. Njengoba sezixeliwe. At some point, these challenges demoralized abantwana. For instance, ungapeyi kwabo. But I've got to sit with them, tell them that kaloku kufuneka kusetyenziwe so that bayive kum le nto. Le nto ibithele communication. Ndiqiniseke into yoba abazuyimamela komnye umuntu bayive kuWhatsApp. Even if bayiva kuyindawo, but I should have told them what is the position ye department kulo mcimbi. As a result, in spite of woba bezawudana bathini, but they continue to work, bayaphazama njengabantwana. But sibalungise because we are doing this for our school. Also, our bantwana, they've not been, they've not been acquainted with their work environment. Grade 12 abanye. Then this capacity of being a staff member, anyway. But for as long as work is done Even if abanye ba qualified basi teacher, funeka unqande nakubo, therefore asizodinwa ukunqanda aba because bezi EAs. We have got abantwana who are graduates ase-Forterre phaya. We have got abapasu grade 12. One of the things that I usually emphasize kubo is that starting from the principal, teachers, let's forget about status. This is about serving this community. Sonke sisebenzele le community, irrespective of uba ungubani na. As a result, problems that we have with them, but the problems ezilawulekayo, siyabangxolisa njengabantwana, senze yonke into. Otherwise, i-Department of Education, I'm glad that ndiyayiva itone ithi kuyaqhutywa lale program. Ndiyabulela.
Mandithathe lithuba nam ndibulise kuni bazali. NdinguVuyo Ematyeleni, nam ndisuka eAmathole West, eMdibaniso Senior Secondary School. Ndi-EA phana. Bendisenza i-reading champion. Thina ngale program sifunde kakhulu lukhulu ngokuba masibe kuyo, because one andithi si-youth besi unemployed, so sakwazi into yoba masifumane le opportunity yoba masiphangele so that sizokwazi uprovide ii-families zethu. Safumana exposure whereby abanye mosi i-teaching bebengayiboni i-career yabo, but then mhlambi ngoku bangayithatha ibe i-career yabo because of beyithandile, and then bakwazi ukuthi mabaqhubekeke benze teaching because beyithandile throughout le program. Njengobesetshilo ke uMr Pikoli besiphethe kakuhle kakhulu nathi. Mandibulele.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Miss Mapuma from Amazizi Senior Secondary School. Let me start with the school profile. Where is there something? Slides. Or else I will continue with mine. Let me start quickly with our school profile. I'm from Amazizi. Under District Director of Umamu Fuchane. Our CMC head is Mr. Says, and our EDO is Mr. Mkele. I'm not used to these things. All right. Our school was allocated 15 GAs and EAs, but 4 of them had left, meaning that we are left with 11 EAs and GAs. We have got 6 EAs and 5 GAs. Let me start with the submission of EAs and GAs documents. It was not easy, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes we were rejected until we were assisted by our petty CMC. Actually, they told us that we must submit according to the checklist. Eventually, we followed the correct procedures and our submissions were no longer rejected. Let us come to, there's a slide of our GAs, sanitizing and screening our GAs, assisting us with this modern technology. Without wasting time, there are pictures from the slides. All right. Let me come to the positive impact portrayed by EAs and GAs in our school. Let me start with EEAs. They assisted educators with preparing lessons, helped us with advanced technology, such as how to use the projectors and how to prepare slides for certain topics. As we know that the majority of our educators are the BBTs, were born before technology. We were assisted by our EAs on how to do these modern things of teaching. And also, they helped us a lot, ladies and gentlemen, by filling in for teachers when they attended teacher development workshops. They bring order within the school premises. And also with our daily administrative work, as our school is a big school, we didn't feel that because of the presence of the EAs. They also helped us, ladies and gentlemen, during our ILIMA program, where learners are at school during exam time, 24 hours, maintaining order and giving them study tips. Let me go to the GAs. They also played a positive role in our school. They were ground workers, fixing broken windows, leaking taps, door locks, and fixing lights. As a result, saving the school a lot of money. We are no longer employing somebody from the community to come and fix things at our school. The GAs are number one when it comes to that. And also, there are also sport enrichment GAs that assisted us in the sport department, preparing and encouraging the school's athletics to perform their best. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, we are saying the EAs and GAs made life much easier for the school as they took important roles. As a result of their absence, a huge role has been left in the school. There's pictures of his slides. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. I thank you.
Ndiyazibulisela nami namhlanje ngale evening. Ndingumbanzi Lusindiso from Amazizi High School. I'm one of the EAs phayana esikolweni. Ndifuna uthatha elithuba ndibulele kakhulu about the program that esiye senzelwa yona government singabantu abatsha because of inani liyenyuka labantu aba unemployed. So siyabulela kakhulu and ndifundile kule program. One of the EKEDA esikolweni ndifundile ndinazo ezi certificate unemisa Digital Africa. Then apply kwalapha esikolweni because bendingazazi then ndazifunda. I'm also applying them here at school because we've got also a lab apho abantwana abafunda khona computer, so siyanceda khona. Incedile kakhulu nasemakhayeni ethu because you will find out that njoba ndingaphangeli, my brother, my sister is not working as well. So xa ndifumene le job ekhaya kuxhonyekeke kumu, ufumanisa uba ubheyi kuyabuza uba nipeya nini na nina ngoba lokufuneka sithenge igrocery kwakule mali. So we're thankful and grateful for this opportunity singabantu abatsha. We're hoping that it can continue and continue and continue. Thank you.
Ubantombi uculela ngoma ithi ukuba uthe wacela into ngegama lam ndoyenza iyakwenzeka nyani. Colleagues, let's appreciate the testimony that has been given by the two principals. Zasemagagaleni. Exisi imdibaniso secila idarha ne kunye napha emazizini. And also the young adults who have benefited from this project. Colleagues, from where MEC started this morning, everyone was repeating and reiterating the same importance that has been. Ebana kwethu kutheni ngoku nizenze za program kumane kubhalwe ibe yaziwe njengo-program director ngoku into ba kukho esinye isithethe esicele into masinikwe ukuthetha naso kube ngumzala waso lo sanondimosha baphe abantu kuthiwa bazawuthetha kuthiwa kukho abantu abasebhisi amapha bazawuthetha nabo kule nto seyithethiwe zezi zikolo zibini i-effort. Oh, hayi ke mayizi effort bendivala mna bethwa ngubhuthanda naw yenza tu loo nto nizabalungiselela njani bayakwazi hayi bazawukwazi ufika bazawukwazi. Awusolene ibethi bebhuni ke abantu basekhaya uyawunincedisa ke ukuthetha kuba ningiva into nithetha uyawusolene ibethi bebhuni nabo over to you now.
Okay. Thank you very much, Program Director. Let me take this opportunity to greet everyone in the house and rather say all protocols observed. Si Sugaye Efata, I'm Miss Yolande Mtwa, Principal was Efata Special School. Tina, we are a special school, and these special schools, they always need high level of assistance. So with us getting the EAs, it assisted us a lot because prior eskolweni, we have learners and teachers as funai assistants. We have teachers who are visually impaired that are employed by the department without as teacher assistants. So with EEAs that came in, they helped us a lot to assist the otishala abo. And also, as we are a special school, most of the learners, bayafika selebe badala, mhlambe bangaboni badibane ne-disability at a later age. As a result, they cannot read, they cannot write, they don't know Braille. So the EAs came in very handy in that case because bebesincedisa as scribes and readers for those learners. Also, Sine Brailing room paya as we are dealing with blind learners who need brailles. Unfortunately, the department yetu has not employed brailles for us as EPPN or whatever does not allow that. So we have used Kengoku Abandwana to assist us a lot. We have taken this one with us, Apa Usamke is working in the Braille room. We have trained her so that azokwazi assist her in the Braille room. There's a lot of shortages staff. Support staff we are having a problem because support staff as it is with all teaching staff. We have a lot of them abapensioneleyo. We have a lot of them who died during a period of COVID. So the GAs, they came in very handy because we have hostels, we need cleaners, we need abantu to assist in the hostels. So they assisted us a lot. With phase one, where Kakapeyi, we got a big number ye-EAs, and as such, khange siyifilishe kakhulu le challenge sinayo kakhulu. But ke ngoku with phase 2, number that we were allocated, it was cut by 50%. Remember, ke, I think sometimes when they are dealing with special schools, baye basibethe kwi-blanket approach and forget that i-EFATA is covering 2 disabilities. It has got blind and deaf learners. So we have noticed that we were given, almost all the special schools were given 12 EAs. Sifane ke ngoku nabanye abantu abane disability A1 only. So we appeal that at least with this phase, noko sibonelele kwelo cala. Siyayirhala nento ethi, there's always this thing ethi abantwana ingaske kuchinja-chinjwe. But with us, we are hoping that singanga bachinja-chinjwe because they are getting a lot of skills as babefika pha esikolweni. Like, uyafika umntana, he has to go to understand the sign language, to be able to communicate with deaf learners, has got to understand how to work with a disabled child, and also to understand e-braille. So the group that we already have now, it has been trained, it has an understanding, no babasa kotoza now with sign language and all that, but at least they have better understanding of working with our learners at our school. Otherwise, the program has come in very handy for the school. Thank you very much.
Molweni bazali, igama lam ndingusamkelisiwe Gawe, and EFATA. Mna ke ndingene EFATA ku phase 1. I was assisting Miss Dinah Magolwane. She is totally blind. Ndifunde into ezininzi during phase 1, ndaphinda ndangena ke ngoku apha ku phase 2. Ku phase 2, ndi-assista Miss Kosh, I'm a brailleist. So ndisafunda ke ngoku i-braille, but asikasiwa kwi-training. Ingase ngoku singasiwa i-department kwi-training so that sizokwazi ke ngoku nathi uyifunda i-braille, because most of the time si-assista i-students ezi-totally blind, sibe singayazi i-braille le. Siphinde sibe zizi-tribers for aba bangakwazi uzitayipela, because i-students zethu zisebenzisa i-computer. Le experience ye-Presidential Youth isinike i-opportunities ezininzi. Siyakwazi nathi ngoku ubeka sonke etafuleni emakhaya. As we come from i-families zethu, i-sisters zethu zihleli asiphangeli. So sisi-breadwinners ngenxa yale program. We are so very thankful to the department. Thank you.
Enkosi EFATA ulwazi makes kukho umuntu olibele isitshixo manje kula ndawo yozinceda manje lu nasi isitshixo ngathi thu sesezimoto zozaza azosithatha colleagues silinde ulwazi khona ulwazi noba ilala lapha eBCM ne na izokwenza testimony yayo. Asinala kuzari exesha ke bandla kwethu. You know, diyabuza into yoba abatishala nezi-EAs zilapha xa befika be-reflect into yoba bebeze kule conference yethu ibi-attendwe eyona renki incinci ngumuntu oyi-office based educator. Inoba bazawufika babalise bathini ngendlela esiziconducta ngayo ibhizinesi yethu. Over to you.
Program Director, allow me to say all protocol observed. I'm Penduli Ngoma, principal of Nondutuzelo Public School in the BCM, not Ulwazise. A school situated in Gombo, just behind Mpilweni Clinic, in Second 12, a quintal tree with a roll of 1,145, 32 educators. Mostly our parents are unemployed. They depend solely on social grants, not enlightened in assisting learners on their schoolwork at home. On the 1st of November 2021, we received 11 EAs and 7 GSAs in the project. And program director, I want to say they came at the most convenient time where we needed support, with learners struggling with the language, especially in Xhosa, and other responsibilities done by EA, mostly in classes with big numbers. We have a ratio of 1:40 or 1:42 in a classroom. The program has a positive impact on other subjects because the learners' reading was improving, and such that it made it easy even for other learning areas. The focus on reading was on learners with level 1 to 3, trying to push them. And different kinds of reading activities were done. The GA will deal with them. Now, through the hard work of the reading champion in our school, we are in a process, program director, of forming reading clubs and also a library. We work in partnership with Masibumbane. We have donated some books for our school. I'll hand over to the reading champion, but I want to say this. We work well with the EAs and GSA. We have systems in place to manage them, like your attendance register. Every day, sign in and sign out. They report when they are delayed. When they are sick, they report and we receive sick certificate. There's this one challenge. Whenever they get work or enroll for studies, then it becomes a challenge, because you cannot replace, more especially because these ones that are here, they already know the ethos of the school. So it becomes difficult to replace such a person. And I'll then ask program director to hand over to the reading champion and the EA. Thank you very much.
Greetings to everyone in the house. Ndizawucela nindivumele ndithi nqanga neentsiba zalo. My name is Annelisa Faye. I am a reading champion for foundation phase at Nontutuzelo Public School. But firstly, I would like to thank the Department of Education for giving me this opportunity, which has helped me to have an insight of what is happening in the classrooms. The purpose of Reading Champion is to help learners to read with understanding and to be able to comprehend. What I mean about this is that when each and every reading, a learner must be able to interpret and tell you what has happened in that story. If the learner cannot read, then there's nothing to explain.
Now, my roles as a reading champion. At school, I support teachers with exciting reading activities. This is me promoting excitement to the kids each and every day by singing to them, by doing alphabets, by describing the book before they read. I also assist learners who find difficult in reading. We also celebrate literacy in school, e.g. World Reading Day. Sasi participateile ke thina kwesami isikolo ngomhla wosuku lofundwa. Saze safunda istory sasenzela phandle nabantwana bam, they even acted it. I have also introduced learners into reading as a hobby, not as a learning. I give them quiz each and every e-reading that we have done and say to them, on your way home, ndicela uze undikhangelele igama noba leliphi elibhaliweyo apha endleleni. Ngomso xa ubuya undixelele igama nentsingiselo yalo. Now, I'm not instructing them uba mabakhangele amagama noba kukwi-dispatch, but ndifuna bayazi into yoba ukufunda kuphelelanga kule textbook uyinikwa apha esikolweni, but ukufunda kuza kunceda nakwezinye ii-learning areas. Because xa ungakwazi ufunda, you won't be able to tackle any question nakweyiphi na ilentuza. Baye beze ke nawo amagama. Omnye wathi, Miss, mna namhlanje bendiqala ubona uba isiphaza saselokishini kubhalwe amakipkip sphaza. In supporting the learners, I use different reading activities. Reading out aloud, I read for them and ask questions. Shem bayaphendula. Bancinci aba bantu endishana nabo 8 years old. Grade 3s. Bayaphendula and in feedback yabo iyathembisa that they are willing, because I'm dealing from abantwana who got level 3s and level 2s. I also do shared reading. I model reading, I do gestures. I also observe punctuation marks and fluency. Kulapho ke ngoku ndiye ndibone umntana mhlawumbi ufuna ukubiza igama utyibilikile, akakwazi ukubiza uthi. Ndimxelele uba uthi wenziwa nguT noyi. Utyhi lowo. Aza alazi igama uba libizwa njani, and ndiye ndenze lula before senze i-reading, senze i-alphabets, senze o-A, E, I, O, O, no matter you have done them 10 times, bade bathi xa ndibabhala bathi, yo, miss, because bayayazi uba siqala phaya, so that naba banengxaki ye-difficulty bakwazi udibanisa i-alphabets, bayazi uba igama elithile lenziwa ligama elithile kuphume igama. I also do group guided reading with guidance from teachers. Bayasincedisa kakhulu nangezinto ezifana ne-flashcards, oonotsheluza. Siyabulela kakhulu. I shall hand over to my colleague.
Greetings to every individual present here today. I am Tsapokazi Lento, an educator assistant at Nontutuzelo Public School, specializing specifically in mathematics foundation phase. I'd firstly like to thank the Department of Education for giving me this opportunity in order to have insight in what's happening in the classroom. Now, this is how I've been assisting and implementing my duties. Before lessons, I distribute worksheets or any other necessary resources in order to carry out the lesson. For an example, concrete objects in order to assist the learners. Because kaloku abanye abantwana aka understand into nje just go explainelwa. Abanye umuntu ukholwa ngoyibona, omnye akholwe ngoyibamba. Yabo? I also observe and note learners who are struggling and bring them forward attention to the teacher. Amanye abantwana baye babe distraction apha eklasini because kaloku yena akayi-understandi. So kuphela engabi nanto kwenza. So that's ke ngoku where mna as an educator assistant ndiye ndiphakame ndiye kwabo bantwana ndibabonayo bana bayi-distraction aba-understand, ndifike andindichopha nabo, ndifika ndiphakame ndihambe ndithi bhekelani ndichophe, si-explaine, siyidiskase, bayigethe, umntu aphele ke ngoku naye ethula apha eklasini esebenza. I also assist in monitoring group activities, assist group work by providing clarification. By providing clarification ke is that bana umisi xa efundisa apha ebhodini andithi uyafundisa ne yena akakwazi uhlala kakhulu kwitopic A1 because andithi yena funeka eqhubeke necurriculum. So again, that's where I as an educator assistant come in. Yena uzawuqhubeka necurriculum, mna ndihlale nabantwana bafola behind ecaleni ndiba-explainele la concept sesidlulile kuyo. So ke, to give abantwana some extra work, ndiye ndisebenzise ke ngoku i-DBE workbooks zabo ezisebenazo. I strive to push those who achieve level 1 and 2. Ubanyusa at least umntu athi level 3, athi level 4. I've also noticed that learners struggle a lot with basic operations. So what I've done is come up with different methods in solving these sums. For an example, I've used the table method in solving multiplication, skip counting, the use of concrete objects, number groups, etc. I put the learners into groups to give them mathematical problems to solve. Because then I realized that xa ezi students zibamba msinya plus lezi students zithatha kade okanye zithatha slow into, baye nabo strive to become like peers zabo. So xa besebenza in a group iba easy for them bana mabenze baqhube because bafuna ulingana naba, yabo. Then ke ngoku what I also do is challenge the fast learners by giving them extra material. Ndiyithatha ke ngoku phaa kula material we've been provided kule ka gross mat. Then kokubona aba ba-fast nje baba-busy ngo-gross mat, mna ndingapha kwaba bafola behind. Then ndiphinde ndibuye ngapha ndi-explaine kwaba. So kuyo yonke lento siyenzileyo together with the educator, which is my mentor, siye sabona ke ngoku kubana no man iyasebenza le way, masiyiqhube. Enkosi.
Enkosi kakhulu. Siyeni kubo. Colleagues, Funes. Ubayimaphutande. Mfundisi ufetsha. Andithuna ukumanxeba kanibuyiseli bantu mva. Ndikhumbula memorial service esasinayo phaya eholweni eZwelitsha. Usithi kule text wawuyityhilile. Akubalulekanga ukuba uqale njani na. Kodwa okubalulekileyo sisiphelo. How you end. It doesn't matter how you have started. What matters is how you end, the ending. Sive kamandi with these testimonies besenziwa apha ngotishala and beneficiaries ale Presidential Youth Employment Initiative. And with just a few words, under 5 minutes, they all demonstrated beyond words how it is important to continue with this. And they have also touched to the context of ECOE of the Eastern Cape, which we also appreciate. And this has came in and complemented that very handy. We appreciate that. And also they have also, gave their wish list in terms of how this could be, modernized, refined, so that it can continue to add value and be sustainable. That's what they have said. And we all agree that this is one of its kind, and it will leave a very good legacy for this sixth administration. So that's one of the best, you see. Colleagues, there is an announcement that I was asked to make, that circuit managers are requested to remain behind. They will have their own session. Ndibuzile ke apha kuNcuthu Mr. Jack, ndithi ekhe nashiya abahloli bodwa apha. Bawusenzela laa nto yase-Christian Center apha. Singabi na conference ngomso. Wandithembisa wathi hayi chawe noko abazoyenza loo nto leyo. So colleagues, that's how far we are going for today. And colleagues, we are managers in our own rights. And asizode sithathe district director sithi mabahlale kwitafile ezinabantu babo. Sithetha ngabantu abazi-office based apha. Sithetha ngabantu abazi-directors apha. Sithetha ngezi-stakeholder leaders apha. Mangabi ngathi sifike kwiholo okanye intente egcweleyo izitulo abantu bawuhlala phandle babhoxe kuba bengayiva laa nto ithethwa phaa ngaphakathi. Kukho i-PA system apha. And kwakukho indlela ngomso makukhe kufakwe laa nto izawujongisa phaa kuni ifocus kule tafile isimoshayo. Hayi bantakwethu asizowuthetha into enye nabantu abadala abazi-professionals nee-leaders. Hayi siyayicela loo nto, and siyicela for the last time today. Colleagues, under the circumstances ke Ncuthu, mandingenzi laa nto yayenzwe nguLakhisi kumfi uSaba, may his soul rest in peace, embambise inkqubo yakhe eselivini, wamuta wayinqamla phakathi because uLakhisi uyazishayinisa akalilandelwa ngabalandeli yeha. Ndingade ndizishayinise zowuvala into yakho mntakwethu. Thank you. Jack, zowuvala into yakho.
Thank you, Mr. Vazi. Ms. Fikeni, Ms. Fuchane, all the colleagues that facilitated the different sessions. Thank you so much, colleagues. Mhlambe maniqale kulena into. District directors, I'm informed that tomorrow at about 10 o'clock, you will have a session with the Chief Financial Officer, Mama Ungcingwane. Colleagues, we're starting tomorrow at 8:30, and we hope to finish round about lunchtime so that colleagues that still have to travel have enough time to do so. The leadership yabahloli bize kum. Akho into ezakwenzeka ke aba mina ndiyenzelwa loo nto leyo soze undenzela umjojo abantu ukuphithuka uphinde undenzela isifirifiri. Siyavana bahloli okanye nayo yenza e-beach front loo nhlakaniso. I've allowed that meeting and I do not have anything else that I expect tomorrow, Chawe, so that there will be no repeat of Christian Center under my watch, unfortunately. Colleagues, you know, maybe before I conclude and ask Reverend Fletcher to come forward and formally close the session today. You know, I don't normally get carried away easily. But as I was listening to the testimonies, I got touched. I guess between my chief directorate as well as the directorate HRD, We have potential teachers that have displaced their worth here. All that is required for us, how do we harness, support, and make these learners translate potential to actual teachers? Maybe the assistance that we will perhaps require from our schools, circuits, as well, of the 55 or 40,000, and those that are coming to the third phase, perhaps let's see how many can we put into a program for further studies closer to where they work. I am not looking for a situation where Ms. Sidia, we're going to work with Forte or Nelson Mandela. If they are closer to the any of these four public schools, let's find a way of engaging these institutions before the end of this year, so that next year they take up the opportunity. We have a serious challenge as a province, which is perhaps one of the things that we'll be dealing with in the Teacher Development Conference, that our supply and demand do not match. I know on the 12th of April, myself and TTG Chwakati, we should be speaking to DHET on that subject. So I'm saying this is the first thing that touched me, and perhaps between our two entities, Lucanio, let's find a way of processing these learners. That we cannot lose out on this potential. I think that's the first thing. I think the second thing, you know, indeed South Africa is two countries in one. The majority of these GAs, EAs, and everybody that thanked the opportunity, amongst other things, it's because we have since translated these young people into breadwinners. That's touching, ladies and gentlemen. If families are dependent on this opportunity, there's just no justification why we fail to pay these people on time. Look, maybe let's take the debate further. We don't think of 40,000. We think of the souls behind the 40,000 that we have appointed. You'll then realize that the situation in South Africa calls for a total paradigm shift of business unusual. If indeed we are serious about the education service, we dare not fail future generations. And perhaps those of us that have been fortunate enough to occupy some of these positions, perhaps we are the chosen few, otherwise there are many outside that are equally deserving. And therefore, the opportunity that we have been given, at every moment, let's take that as a blessing. And as we count that blessing, we must make that blessing count by making a difference in the lives of other people. I am making this passionate plea, ladies and gentlemen, that the program itself, whether it survives into the future, it is in the main dependent on what we do today. If we speak right but walk left, surely we are not justifying the permanence of this program. And I'm saying, as we close today, individually and collectively, ladies and gentlemen, that this is a noble initiative, but its nobility is dependent on how we handle matters today. And I guess all of us would not want to fail future generations who may spit on our graves because we did not do the right thing. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of day one. May I request the Reverend Fetcher to come forward and close appropriately this session. Thank you very much to everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the end of this session today, as I sat there, it's very interesting that I came in and I never went out except only during the announced breaks. But my impression of the program today, Kwalo, Kwaknye, no Lukai, and other colleagues, simply gets to me a text that says, Ningadinwa kukwenza okulungileyo. And may that be the message to all of us here, so that as we go out, as we ponder on the words and the wisdom shared, as we reflect on how we do what we do, that singadinwa kukwenza okulungileyo, to not be weary in well-doing. Shall we rise for the benediction, please? And so, Lord, we come to the end of this action-packed day. We thank you, Lord, for the wisdom shared, for the attitude of gratitude displayed, but more than most, for the challenges that lie ahead as we discharge this great responsibility. We pray that you be with us and that you continue to inspire each one of us, so that, Lord, as we work, we do so with the recognition and realization of the situation in our country. And thank you most importantly, Heavenly Father, for these kids that have come to our institutions. Lord, for the experiences that they have acquired. Bless them and bless their families. And in the end, bless each one of us. May the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, the love of God, the fellowship of the Holy Spirit, rest and abide with us now and until Jesus comes. Amen. Good evening.